ado. I begin by presenting the distinguished guest from Japan, Mr. Shinzo Abe, who is the present Prime Minister. He has been Prime Minister of Japan since December 2012, when his Liberal Democratic Party won the elections. He comes from a family of politicians. His father was an ex-foreign minister, and also his grandfather was Prime Minister of Japan. He is exceptional, and the greatest success of his career, I think, can be summarized in the measures that he has taken for economic measures. I mean, they have come to be known as Abenomics instead of economics. They refer to monetary policy, fiscal stimulus, and structural reforms to boost Japan's economy. So I give the floor straight away to Mr. Abe.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, members of the European Parliament, those associated with the work of this institution, I thank you for inviting me to address this institution, which is fundamental to the life of the European Union, and for giving me this opportunity to speak. Through you to the more than 500 million citizens whom you represent within the 28 member states. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the support you demonstrated in the wake of the hostage crisis, which involved 2 Japanese nationals in Syria. Unfortunately, 2 Japanese nationals, Mr. Haruna Yukawa and Mr. Kenji Goto, were killed by the hands of the so-called Islamic State. Mr. Goto was a renowned war journalist whose work has been respected by the Japanese people. I was visiting countries within the Middle East last month to express the Japanese government's commitment to support their efforts in combating Islamic State. During the diplomatic tour while in Egypt, I pledged an aid of $200 million to improve the infrastructure of such countries. Right after that, on the 20th of January, IS released a video in which they demanded a ransom in exchange for the release of the Japanese citizens. The sum of money they requested was exactly the same as the amount of money I had pledged in Egypt. On the 24th of January, another video was released in which the killing of Mr. Yukawa was announced. IS's conditions for the release of the second hostage, Mr. Goto, changed from ransom to hostage exchange, in which they requested that the Jordanian government release a female Iraqi inmate. This did not take place, and on the 1st of February, another video was released in which Mr. Goto was executed. After this development, I have renewed my determination to combat IS as well as terrorism as a whole. Japan will never succumb to the terrorists. We will work with the international community to make IS atone its crimes. Europe has also seen brutal and cowardly acts of terrorism within its borders. I would like to take this opportunity to express our condolences to the victims and the bereaved families of the Charlie Hebdo and Copenhagen attacks. Let me point out the fact that the nature of terror attacks has changed. Jihadist organizations have made use of the internet as a means to communicate with their individual supporters. Now, terrorism is a social problem as well as a political problem, as dissatisfied citizens can become radicalized through propaganda by the likes of IS. To counter this, the international community has to coordinate its efforts between countries. Japan will strengthen its cooperation with the European Union through intelligence sharing, which will lead to more concrete steps to combat terrorism. At the same time, the Japanese government is ready to take a more active role in the international community. Our constitution has been deterring us from conducting rescue missions by the self-defense force. The Japanese government will later this month submit legislation to allow Japan the right to collective self-defense. I believe this is a step in the right direction. Inevitably, to ensure their safety, any country has to ask for the cooperation of its citizens. Recently, the Japanese Ministry of Foreign Affairs requested that one of its citizens return his passport due to his plan to visit Syria. Article 29 of our Constitution guarantees freedom of expression. The Supreme Court has previously ruled that freedom of reporting falls under the guarantees of Article 21, as it serves the public's right to know. Article 22 of the Constitution also grants people the freedom to change their residences and to move to foreign countries. However, IS has declared that it will continue its killings targeting Japanese. We judge that if this person entered Syria, his life could be put in immediate danger through detention or other means, and we decided it was necessary to have him return his passport immediately. Freedom of reporting and news coverage and freedom of movement guaranteed by the Constitution should be respected in the highest degree. This is our basic stance. Having said that, protecting the safety of Japanese nationals is an important role of the government, and thus the government made its decision with the utmost care. Decisions on any similar cases would be made on a case-by-case basis. To conclude, naturally, the question is whether citizens' rights should be compromised for a greater good. The Charlie Hebdo incident has led to a large-scale demonstration for the freedom of expression in France, where traditionally the value of this right has been strongly upheld. It is my opinion that the issue of the state's role in the protection of its citizens, potentially to the detriment of their personal freedoms, should be discussed further. Thank you very much for your attention.
Right, thank you, Mr. Abe. Let me, on behalf of the European Parliament, also express my condolences and my consternation to the fact that these two Japanese citizens had been so brutally killed by this ISIS. If we do not have any questions for Mr. Abe, we would go on to the next speaker straight away. The next speaker is Mr. Claude Moraes, who is the president, the chair of the Committee of Civil Liberties and Justice and Home Affairs at the European Parliament. He is a lawyer from Dundee, from the north of England, and he has also led the important study, the report about freedom and security after the declarations by Edward Snowden. The inquiry was entitled, it was a parliamentary inquiry on the mass surveillance of the population. In 2014, he was elected chairman of the Parliament Committee, and I give him the floor immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. And first of all, I would like to thank the Prime Minister, of Japan for this very insightful contribution. And I think it is always very interesting to know how other countries deal with terrorism. So this is what has brought us together today, preventing terrorism and ensuring that our country within the European Union is safe. So I sincerely hope that this debate is going to be very fruitful, and because mainly the problem is that we are running out of time. As you know, the terrorist attacks that took place in Paris were followed by 2 other attacks in Brussels and in Copenhagen. Whether they are related or not, I think that this showed us that we can't afford to waste time anymore. We must put aside our institutional competitions and political interests and work together to make sure that Europe is safe. And already the European Parliament, the Council and the Commission have started working together to improve existing EU security and counter-terrorism policies and legislation. As we are all aware of, Member States have the primary responsibility for combating terrorism, but at the same time, I'm convinced that measures that are going to be taken at EU level have an added value. The EU has a long-standing counter-terrorism strategy with measures in many areas to support Member States in their efforts to counter terrorism. So before discussing what measures we should adopt, let me go back on what the EU is already doing in this area. Indeed, what we want is our contribution to be efficient and not to be overlapping existing tools and strategies. So first of all, the EU has established a legal framework for security and justice cooperation among member states. Let me just mention a few examples. A couple of years ago, we have set up what is called the European Arrest Warrant, which simplifies the procedures to surrender criminals to other jurisdictions. We have also established the European Criminal Records Information System, the so-called ECRIS, which is an electronic interconnection of criminal databases. Secondly, we have also been developing national capabilities and systems in the area of information sharing. And among other things, we have set up the Schengen Information System. Thirdly, we are also supporting non-governmental organizations in their fight against radicalization. To give you an example, we are currently supporting the Radicalization Awareness Network, which is a very vibrant network involving in which many experts are involved. And finally, we have also set up 2 major law enforcement agencies to support, of course, national efforts in the area of security. Those agencies are Europol for internal security and Frontex for our external borders. So now, how can we improve those tools, and what are the recent initiatives that have been put forward by the EU? It is important to mention, first of all, that we have there is actually room for stepping up our action. Last February, on the 12th of February, the European Council gathered and have identified 3 main areas in which we should improve our work. The first area is citizen security. The second one is preventing radicalization and safeguarding our common values. And the third area is cooperation among international partners, with our international partners, sorry. We have also identified a number of measures that we should really take in the area of terrorism financement and also fighting against firearms trafficking. And one of the new initiatives that we are going to discuss today is the adoption of a European Passenger Name Records, which is the PNR directive. We are going to focus on this directive, proposed directive today. And as we've been told earlier on by the Council of the European Union, there is a broad consensus among member states on this issue. So here, I would like to thank my colleague, Timothy Kirkhope, for initiating the debate on this PNR scheme. And I have to say that this piece of legislation has been largely debated in the context of the Libe Commission, of which I'm the chair and rapporteur. We have also worked in close cooperation with 2 other European Parliament commissions that are the Human Rights, Security and Defence Commission and also the Culture and Education Commission. As rapporteur, I'm going to give you a brief overview of our work and of the different views that have been expressed so far. Many delegates and colleagues here have put forward the necessity that this PNR scheme should be necessary and proportionate to our objectives. As you all know, the principle of proportionality is at the core of our EU system, and we shouldn't go further from this objective. Along the same lines, many of you have also criticized the current proposal because, according to them, it infringes fundamental human rights such as personal data protection, privacy, and freedom of expression. Some delegates have also put forward the fact that we should really enhance the existing tools instead of adopting new ones. And of course, most of you have pointed out the benefits of a PNR directive. As of today, the EU does not have any common records that could facilitate tracking criminals among the EU. So to conclude, I think that there is another point that we should really take into account in this debate. And this is the social and cultural dimension that shouldn't be only declarative, but really focused on within this PNR proposal. And because mainly, as we all know, terrorists are not lunatics. They are individuals that have resorted to radicalization out of profound despair. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Moraes. Chairman of the Libe Committee. If you have questions for any speaker while we are having this debate, I would like you to use the blue cards in front of you. You just show me a blue card, and that means that you wish to speak and to address the speaker with a question. We now go on to the next speaker, who is Ms. Tanja Fajon from Slovenia. She's an ex-journalist who has taken up politics. She has been very successful. She's a full member of the Civil Liberties Committee. She's also a vice chairperson of the European delegation with Croatia. Her work has mainly been in the Western Balkans. As a matter of fact, she has helped Albanian citizens so much that in Tirana, the capital city of Albania, there is a cafe named after her. That is Cafe Tanja Fajon. Ms. Fajon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, terrorism is threatening Europe. So far, it has hit London, Madrid, recently Paris, with the horrible bloodshed of Charlie Hebdo editorial staff, and then Copenhagen. It is clear that the policies that we have so far implemented are not effective. The main response of the European Union to fight terrorism has been surveillance. Cameras have been installed almost everywhere. On the streets, in public places, citizens' movements are constantly tracked and analyzed by intelligent cameras and microphones, which should decide whether or not a person is a suspect. Moreover, another type of intrusion in our daily life that has been introduced by the EU to fight terrorism is data collection. Mobile phone, internet use, as well as financial transactions of every European citizen are recorded and retained by law. European citizens provide their personal details every time they book plane tickets, every time they book hotels or make bank payments. And since people leave many electronic traces that can be followed, their lives can be reconstructed in the most intimate details. However, the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats thinks that there are two main flaws in this approach. First of all, it is detrimental to our freedom, and secondly, it doesn't work, as the sad events of Paris have shown. In fact, as the French Prime Minister Manuel Valls stated, we have never been more exposed to terrorist threat. The measures that invade our privacy are the most easily avoided by wrongdoers. Terrorists can simply communicate without a mobile phone, or using internet cafe, for example. So security cannot be obtained at the expenses of liberty. And the erosion of liberties has caused great alarm to the group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats. This is the reason why our group has decided to fight terrorism by tackling the problem from a different perspective. We believe that the European Union has to choose a different path. On the 1st of February, we created a special task force to contribute to the development of an effective and integrated response to terrorism. Our task force will handle a wide range of policy areas, including education, social protection, and cooperation of intelligence services, the protection of fundamental rights, non-discrimination, the protection of minorities, data protection, the management of common borders, police and judicial cooperation, with countries outside the European Union. We want to ensure the highest level of security for our citizens, but we must never forget that the purpose of security is to ensure liberty. We want to tackle the problem by working on integration and cooperation. There is a strong need to fight radicalizations in schools, in prisons, in ghettos. We need to focus our debate on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in Europe. Prisons are clearly a breeding ground for radicalization and terrorism. Terrorists or potential terrorists should be monitored and take part in educational projects. Furthermore, we should review the urban plan of our cities. A higher integration among the different zones, different boroughs of our cities is fundamental to fight terrorism. New modern ghettos have spread in our societies. There are invisible walls which divide the population and prevent its integration. Moreover, vulnerability and discrimination are key factors of dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction can lead to extremism. This is the reason why we have to develop a more inclusive society in which people can rely on our institutions to find protection. We need to talk about social integration in schools. We need to educate our children that we, Christians, Muslims, Jewish, secular and agnostic people, can live together without hurting anyone. The terrorist threat can only be countered in an effective way by combining an upgraded security policy with the protection of fundamental rights and freedoms, and a major effort to integrate vulnerable groups into our societies. Surveillance alone cannot fight terrorism. It has to go hand in hand with integration. Finally, we need to identify the people financing terrorism. We need to take a clear position on what measures to take to suppress the financial flows. And most importantly, we need to rigorously implement and enforce these measures. To be successful, we must strengthen our ties with third countries to form an international alliance. To conclude, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the European Union can no longer tackle terrorism with short-term policies. The European Union has to be far-sighted and understand that the current measures are not going to solve the problem. The group of the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Democrats thinks that this is the right approach to safeguard the rights and lives of the European citizens. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Fayon. Is there a question for Ms. Fayon? Yes, by all means. That would be Mr. Kirkhope. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. Mr. President, I would like to come back briefly to the point about prisons. If I'm correct, Ms. Fayon spoke about projects in prison. And I wanted to ask her if she does understand the extent according to which those projects would work. I mean, we're speaking about long-term projects. And moreover, I would also like to understand if Ms. Fayon and the Progressive Alliance of Socialists and Socialists and Democrats think about financing these projects at a European Union level or at a national level? Because I believe that such issues should be dealt on a national level. So I wanted to understand which kind of financial system she would like to use. Thank you.
Right, Ms. Vayon, you have had a few questions there. Are you prepared to answer?
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Mr. President. Well, of course, this program that I was talking to you about the prisons will require a lot of efforts. I'm talking about financial efforts, of course. And it is clear that all European member states have to take part in this in this program by financing this program, because as you all know, all European countries are actually threatened by the terrorism. So I don't think that each country should tackle this problem alone, because it is too big, this problem. We all have to work together. So it is clear that, yes, it is a big program, but we have to be, as I already said, far-sighted, because otherwise we're not going to actually face this problem. Thank you.
Right, thank you. I hope Mr. Kirkhope is satisfied with that answer. And now we must move on, because otherwise we'll be lagging behind in time. And we move on to Ms. Michelle Alliot-Marie, a polyhedric person. Ms. Marie has been 5 times minister in France. She was Minister of the Defense, Minister of the Interior, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister for Youth and Sports, and finally Minister of Justice. And apart from being a politician, she is also a professor. She's a senior lecturer at the Sorbonne, glorious University of Paris, and she's also a practitioner. She is an expert in private law, and she has a doctorate in political science. So without wasting more time, I believe that Ms. Alliot-Marie will be speaking in French. You have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, chers collègues. Je voudrais d'abord remercier chacun et chacune de ceux qui ont exprimé leur solidarité et leur compassion à l'égard des victimes des attentats de Paris. Il faut bien savoir que les événements qui ont meurtri la France début janvier peuvent toucher n'importe lequel de nos 28 États et à n'importe quel moment. Ces événements soulignent que la politique de sécurité de l'Union européenne est nécessaire, c'est une nécessité morale, mais c'est en même temps une exigence politique. Nous devons renforcer et mieux coordonner au niveau européen les actions nationales en matière de renseignement, d'échange de données et de suivi d'Internet. Et nous pouvons agir ici même très concrètement. Mes chers collègues, force est de constater qu'à l'heure actuelle, l'Union européenne ne dispose pas des moyens nécessaires pour gérer cette crise. Nous avons besoin d'instruments et de moyens à la fois financiers, juridiques et stratégiques. Comme l'a souligné la Commission Liberté civile, Justice et Affaires intérieures du Parlement européen, il y a 2 urgences. Premièrement, améliorer l'échange d'informations entre États membres, ce qui a tant fait défaut lors des attentats. Deuxièmement, se doter de nouveaux outils pour répondre pleinement à la menace. Il nous faut notamment mettre en place, d'une part, un PNR européen, comme ont souligné mes collègues, et un véritable parquet européen pour lutter contre la criminalité organisée et contre le terrorisme, ce que nous appelons de nos vœux depuis plusieurs années, dois-je le répéter. Je me réjouis donc de l'accord de principe donné aujourd'hui par le Parlement à l'instauration d'un PNR européen. Mais comme je le répète, l'Europe doit se doter de tous les moyens nécessaires pour lutter efficacement contre le terrorisme. Et c'est un signal fort que nous donnons aujourd'hui. La réponse de l'Europe doit être une réponse de fermeté et doit être à la hauteur de la gravité des menaces. Il reste bien sûr encore beaucoup à faire et d'autres mesures doivent également être mises en œuvre sans délai. Le Parlement a maintes fois suggéré l'élaboration d'un livre blanc sur la défense. Nous devons donc avancer sur ce projet. Il faut également agir de manière urgente sur les domaines suivants. Mettre en place un contrôle systématique aux frontières extérieures de Schengen. Le filtrage des personnes via des caméras grâce au numéro d'immatriculation ou à une reconnaissance faciale. Le renforcement des pouvoirs d'Europol et d'Eurojust pour lutter contre le terrorisme et plus particulièrement contre la propagande islamiste sur Internet. D'autre part, nous exhortons les réseaux sociaux, les opérateurs comme Google, Facebook et Twitter à coopérer pour empêcher les djihadistes et les terroristes d'utiliser Internet comme plateforme de recrutement et comme instrument de propagande. Monsieur le Président, chers collègues, de par mes fonctions passées de ministre français de la Défense, comme vous l'avez souligné, je ne connais que trop bien les menaces à la sécurité nationale et à la démocratie. Chacun d'entre nous, ici, est très attaché aux libertés individuelles. Et je peux vous assurer qu'il est possible d'assurer la sécurité de nos concitoyens sans pour cela enfreindre les libertés individuelles. Et chacun d'entre nous ici est soucieux, bien sûr, de voir ses données personnelles protégées. Mais je voudrais rappeler à ceux qui, dans cet hémicycle, agitent le spectre de Big Brother et s'insurgent contre les mesures que nous proposons, qu'il ne s'agit en aucun cas de sacrifier les libertés individuelles sur l'autel de la sécurité publique. Il s'agit de sauver des vies, et nous y parviendrons par une surveillance accrue, une collecte et une analyse pointue des données. Ceci ne sera possible que si les États membres contribuent à l'effort commun de manière équitable. J'en appelle donc à vous, Monsieur le Président, et à tous les États membres afin d'œuvrer dans ce sens sans plus tarder. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Ms. Marie. I apologize to all people present here. I should have told you that she was speaking French, but there is no interpretation direct from the booths. So we will now have her speech interpreted in consecutive mode by the interpreter here, which will be interpreted simultaneously also in your respective languages.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to thank everyone who expressed their solidarity to the victims of the Paris attacks. It is important to know that these events can happen in any of the 28 member states of the European Union at any time. These events show the necessity of safety policy and show that it is a political exigence. We know that we need to exchange data and put in place internet surveillance to be able, and we are able to act now. Dear colleagues, dear colleagues, the European Union does not have the means to face this crisis. We need to use financial, legal, and strategic means. The European Parliament Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs has pointed out two emergencies. First, to better the exchanges of information between member states. Secondly, to implement new tools to respond to the threats. The first one would be to implement a European PNR and the European prosecutor to fight terrorism. I am very happy today to see the proposition of implementation of a European PNR. But I repeat that we must use every means possible. The European Union must act firmly and take decisions according to the gravity of these threats. There is still a lot to do. The Parliament has insisted several times on the creation of a white paper on defense. We must also act on a systematic control of the external borders of Schengen. We must act on a screening of people via the use of cameras, registration numbers of facial recognition. We must strengthen the powers of Europol and Eurojust to fight against terrorism, and propaganda via the internet. In addition to that, we must invite internet tools such as Google, Twitter, or Facebook to act against the use of these tools for terrorist propaganda. Mr. President, dear colleagues, as I was the Minister of Defense in France, I know what these threats represent. I know that we are all attached to our individual freedoms. But we can ensure these freedoms without jeopardizing them. We know that we still need to protect data. But to everyone here who has been saying that this is promoting some kind of Big Brother surveillance, I remind you that we care about the freedoms, but this has to be done also through surveillance, data collection, and data analysis. And this is only possible if all the member states cooperate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that interpretation. I only wish to obviously to say to the general public here that the French-speaking and Italian-speaking people, when they say Commission of Civil Liberties, they mean the Civil Liberties Committee. In English, we don't have commissions, we have committees. Thank you very much. We have a 10-minute suspension now, technical suspension. We meet again at 12:30.
very well, I think, but
I will come as soon as I can.
it would be nice. Are you ready to start again? Okay. Put it up. Okay, so looking at Martin and Eva, you're ready. We're live now.
Are we all set?
Yes.
Nobody missing?
We're live now.
You tell me when to start.
Yes, you start.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with our session of this debate on how much freedom are we prepared to give up to ensure safety in Europe. And the next speaker is Baroness Sarah Ludford. Everybody knows Baroness Ludford. She is a member of the House of Lords of the UK, and at the same time also member of the European Parliament. In all her speeches, she has always been an outstanding opponent of capital punishment. I give her the floor.
Mr. President, Prime Minister, dear colleagues, many thanks for giving me the floor. We, of course, are aware of the different terrorist attacks across Europe, but let's not forget what's happening at Europe's doorstep in Libya, those terrible beheadings. So no one is going to deny that terrorism has, without any doubt, become reality. And it's not only targeting people, it's in fact targeting our values and freedoms. So security is very important, because without security, we cannot have civil liberties. And it's a public legitimate demand and a fundamental right to have our security. Therefore, there is a definite need for a European roadmap to combat terrorism and radicalization. However, let me come back to our original question. To what extent are we prepared to give up security, to give up civil liberties, to have security? And this is where I would like to make some very important points. When it comes to security, it's better to have a better quality of security rather than just more of it, more surveillance, more invigilation. So I would like to make it very clear from my perspective and from my party's perspective that quality is always more important than quantity. So let's keep, let's stay very level-headed and have and maintain a sense of proportion. Because when limitations to our civil liberties are introduced in the name of security, the terrorists have already achieved their objectives. So where are we now? What's the situation in the European Union at present? We have a patchwork of different measures. Therefore, my party, the ALDE group, would like to call for an immediate review of the current measures and also for the efficiency and proportionality of national and European actions to prevent and combat terrorism. So that's enough words. Let's talk about some proposed actions. I'm going to talk about 5 different aspects of the European security policies which definitely needs improving. So we've got many instruments for sharing intelligence at EU level. But currently, information is not shared efficiently, and there are definitely some deficiencies with regards how we coordinate those various initiatives. Therefore, any future policy initiative in this area should be more focused and targeted, because there's absolutely no point in mass collecting data if we don't have enough brains to analyze this and actually do something with the data we collect. To give you a practical example, I would like to call on the Commission to propose and expand the Euro Intel which would be a European platform for mandatory sharing of national intelligence on terrorist threats. We live in a digital age, so it's nice to have multiple databases with data, but as I've said before, it's definitely not productive to collect too much data indiscriminately. I've mentioned some tools we have, so I would propose to expand them and to introduce better coordination between them. So we've got tools such as the Schengen Information System for external border control and law enforcement cooperation. Another tool already in place is the European Criminal Records Information System, enabling us to share information. And also, not to forget the Europol Information System for the exchange of criminal records. So all these exchanges should in fact become mandatory to enable us to have better coordination of data. So ALDI is definitely open to new proposals on the collection of data, such as, for example, the PNR data across the Union. However, all this has to happen within a clearly defined framework if we are going to have a new directive in this area. Secondly, we should upgrade our internal security and law enforcement capacities. So I would like to call for a bigger role for Europol. And in fact, it would be definitely useful to establish a European counter-terrorism center at Europol. This would also help us with strategies to counter cyber attacks. Thirdly, we need to expand a Europe-wide judicial framework to address serious cross-border crime and terrorism. So I would like to call for an enlarged mandate for a future European public prosecutor to help us tackle some very important challenges facing us in Europe, such as money laundering, firearm trafficking, and so on. And of course, we already have the Eurojust legal framework in place. So why not expand it? Why not increase pan-European cooperation in this area? Number 4, as my colleague Mrs. Fayon already mentioned it, we really need to concentrate on combating the root causes of terrorism and also counter radicalization, which leads to violence. Number 5, what also one of my colleagues mentioned already, we really need to adopt an EU external strategy to combat international terrorism. So to set up some targeted counter-terrorism cooperation with third countries, and also to collaborate better on border and neighboring territory controls. Again, there is already a measure in place, such as the European External Action Service, which could be further extended. Maybe we could even create a position of a security attaché who would act as part of an EU delegation to third countries. So, in conclusion, I would like again to call for more proportionality, and let's not forget our fundamental rights and also the need to comply with EU law. Of course, governments need to protect their citizens from serious crime and terrorism, but not through indiscriminate blanket mass data collection. But there's no basis for suspicion regarding individual passengers, and this would be utterly disproportionate. So With regards to the PNR proposal, because we are going to vote this afternoon, my party, the ALDE group, is definitely in support, but only within a sound legal framework with the necessary safeguards. So to sum up, I would like to say that what we need is in fact more Europe and not more data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Baroness Ludford. A very dense speech, fertile ground for lots of ideas and a very clear position on your part. We can move on straight away if there are no questions for Baroness Ludford, and we will hear directly from the S&D Coordinator on Civil Liberties, Ms. Sipper.
Thank you for giving me the floor. So now I'm going to remind you of the thank you for giving me the floor. And I would like to remind you of the meeting that we had in February regarding revised EU PNR project, because it has to comply with the European Court of Justice ruling, and it has to be linked to data protection package. On the 11th of February, we all gathered the European Parliament, and all the MEPs were there. And thanks to a decisive support from the Socialist and Democrat group, remember that a large majority in the European Parliament adopted a comprehensive resolution condemning the recent attacks and urging the European and EU institutions and countries to step up their cooperation to reinforce EU citizens' security. The resolution laid strong emphasis on the need to address the root causes of terrorism by investing in, first of all, educational programs, promoting integration, social inclusion, dialogue, participation, equality, tolerance, and understanding among different cultures and religions. The MEPs during this session ruled out any proposals to suspend the Schengen system, underlining that EU countries should instead make better use of the existing intelligence and rules, which already allow, for example, occasional document checks. As far as I am concerned, and as a coordinator of civil liberties, the aim of terrorism is to shut down our values. Therefore, we might need additional security measures, but we have to handle them carefully. That doesn't mean that I am against that, but we need to be very careful about how we go on with this. We have to check all the existing anti-terrorism measures, because we know that they are not always effectively used. Then we have to clearly identify the loopholes in order to propose new measures and to check their compliance with fundamental rights and values. This is very important, according to me. Talking about PNR, which has been discussed today by my colleagues, it is clear that after the judgment of the Court of Justice on the Data Retention Directive, the Commission has to come up with ideas. What influence will it have on the PNR proposal? This is only on that basis that we can decide what is necessary and what should be done. And this, I am talking on behalf of my party as well. As it's been said by the president of the SND, Europe won't be a hostage to strategies of fear and tension. We cannot give in to the blackmail of those who are keen to trade off our freedom for an illusion of security. The fight against terrorism requires a comprehensive approach with a mix of internal and external measures. We achieved a lot back in February in this joint resolution on EU passenger name records, PNR, in particular on the need to determine the purpose and duration of data retention, as this has been, as this was stressed by the European Court of Justice. Finally, I would like to highlight that all acts of terrorism are criminal and can't be justified, regardless of their motivations. However, we need a balanced approach to security, including an evaluation of existing measures. Therefore, I urge all other MEPs and the Commission to put forward an evaluation when presenting its new internal security strategy later this year. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Ms. Siddle. And finally, we have Mr. Timothy Kirkhope from the UK, member of the ECR group. But most importantly, he is the rapporteur for the PNR project. So I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, distinguished guests, and honorable members, I'm not here today to express my point of view. I'm not here today to promote my party ideas. I'm here today to ask you a question and to give you a logical and coherent answer to that question. Mr. President, my question is, how far shall we go until we will finally do something? How far shall we go until we will finally decide to tackle the dreadful situation we are currently living in? How far will we go until we will act to guarantee our children the security they need? Since 9/11, terrorism has been a threat to our lives. And on behalf of the ECR group, I would like to express my solidarity for the shocking attacks that recently shook our lives in France, in Paris. They have been a clear demonstration of the fact that we need to coordinate security arrangements throughout the European Union. Now, Mr. President, European citizens have been radicalized. They are traveling to Syria, and there they are trained to return to our streets and cities to kill us. There is no place for this in Europe. In 2007, in the member states, Italy and Portugal excluded, as we could not collect data in those countries, around 14,000 offenses have been committed per 100,000 inhabitants. In 2009, Europol, which, as we know, is the European Union law enforcement agency, declared that the most of crimes committed by criminal organizations is connected to international transport of illegal goods and people. In this scenario, 4 Europeans out of 5 would like the European institutions to take more decisive solutions to fight criminality and terrorism. The moderates speak about more education. More education to impart to the new generations in order to create a modern, democratic, respectful society. Well, as I remarked earlier, I strongly believe that such issues, so education, tolerance, and so on, should be tackled by the nations themselves. But we're not a bunch of countries that act singularly. We are a unique economic and political partnership of democratic countries. Moreover, let me tell you that this could take years. We need to act now. Those are keywords, now and together. You will agree with me in saying that together we can win. We all believe that, otherwise we will not be here in this parliament today as Europeans. This is exactly why we have to act as Europeans. We could have prevented these attacks if we had a better cooperation, which is not the case. Then how to cooperate better? Which resources can we share? I will never repeat it enough. Information, information, and again information. We need to transfer the information we have and make it accessible for other member countries. So, Mr. President, my answer to the question, how to protect better our citizens, is easy and spontaneous, as you can see, with the PNR system. I think it should destroy a few misconceptions around this proposal. What is the PNR system? Being the rapporteur on the project myself, I am glad to answer. The PNR system, or the Passenger Name Records System, is a database that will be common to all European member states. What for? For exchanging information on airline passengers who are traveling to or through the European Union. The PNR will provide name, addresses, banking data, itineraries, and other details. As we know, the draft project was rejected by the Civil Liberties Committee in 2013. And we've also had judgments from the European Court of Justice. But the project, it's been around since then. So why? Because it's a worthwhile project. This data is vital, and not only within the framework of the recent Paris attacks and of the new anti-terrorism measures, but also to deal with major criminality, like those who are involved in trafficking in children and people. In other words, we would simply collect information which would be available to the authorities in certain circumstances, with strict controls on its use and on the way in which it is obtained, for sure. Obviously, this project would not have stopped the recent attacks by homegrown terrorists. We don't know yet to what extent it may or not be useful in any particular case. And I do not claim that it is the only measure that we need to protect us, but surely it is one. Our detractors say that we already have systems under use that store people's information, therefore we should use that information first. Well, it is true that with the signature of the Schengen Agreement in 1995 and the creation of the border-free Schengen area, we created a Schengen information system. But this is not enough. The system only focuses on already suspected people, and the information it stores is totally insufficient to any purpose. At the moment, what we have is a few PNR arrangements in place in European countries, such as in Britain, in Belgium, in France, and so on. But most European countries do not have them. And anyway, we do not share information at European level. If we will not do something, we will probably end up having 28 different PNR systems in different countries, rather than one set of standard PNR systems. I think there's no need to tell you that a patchwork of 28 different PNR systems not only leaves gaps in security for terrorists to exploit, but it also leaves gaps in our data protection for the travelers. It will affect our budget, our security, and our efforts, as it will not be as powerful as a single system can be. I am also aware that people are generally scared that the project will be intrusive, that we will take so much information from them, and so on. Well, when you opened your Facebook account, or when you joined your local gym, or even when you opened your club card account in the supermarket, you were required to give more information without any safeguards on the way it is used. Then the information we are going to ask for the PNR to help to protect you and to safeguard you. Furthermore, as rapporteur on the project, I intend to apply the highest data protection standards and the judgment of the European Court of Justice to my proposals. For instance, we want a limit on how much time something can be stored. So far we have a 5-year proposal. Moreover, the information can only be accessed by people of sufficient seniority, where we have made it clear what the status is, and so on. We must never compromise Europe's fight for civil liberties. It is also our primary duty as politicians to protect those who have elected us and to deal with and bring to justice those who seek to do us harm. We have been accused, as you know, by the European digital rights, if we, I quote literally, see the intrusion that the system will cause. Obviously, the bits of information that will be required for the PNR will be rather longer than the API, which is the advanced passenger information that the airlines have now, but not dramatically so. Our proposal is perfectly in line with the general aim of creating freedom, security, and justice. Our proposal has been studied in order to test its compatibility with the citizens' fundamental rights, and in particular with the right to personal data protection of Article 8 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union. In other words, we will totally respect the balance between freedom and security. Clearly, there are others within the European Parliament who do not share my enthusiasm or determination for the system. What I think is that they have to answer to the question about security and about what alternative there might be. I hope that the debate that will follow in the afternoon will be fruitful and will make a few points more clear to you. I would also like to remind you that after the debate session there will be a vote. Please remember that at present, there is no European Union legal framework for citizens or the airlines, and no clear legal or administrative redress in the use of data. My directive, would provide these rights and clear legal boundaries. I ask the political groups and members to work with me and cooperate with me. We can find a solution together to protect lives and to protect civil liberties. We have to protect our citizens, and we have to do that together. If as Europeans we fight, as Europeans we will win. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur. So now we have all the facts. We know what the PNR is. We know about the decision of the Civil Liberties Committee. We know about the decision by the Court of Justice. And what is our answer? How long, how far are we going to wait to act, Mr. Timothy Kirkhope has asked us. So do we have answers to this? Do we have ideas? I open the debate. Anybody can speak now. Volunteers? Yes, Mr. Verhofstadt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for allowing me to speak. As members of my party already spoken here, and they gave the position of our party that we support changes and we support the introduction of further security changes in the European Union. But at the same time, we would like to extend gratitude to Timothy Kirkhope for expansion on the security, specifically on the security of PNR data. I think we need clear assurances by the developers of the new system that these data, the data which is stored on the millions and millions of Europeans and other citizens of the world, is not going somewhere else where we don't want to go. And this is very important that we have these assurances from the European agency to all citizens of Europe. And that's what we are asking for. The other thing is, and we welcome the Prime Minister of Japan here that attending our session today. I think we need to think about how we can cooperate now internationally with Japan, United States, Australia, New Zealand, with all other democratic nations of the world, and seeing how they solve this issue. I think this cooperation will help us to resolve the issues we've been discussing here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Verhofstadt. Right, so the question is, what is the balance we want to redress here between security and privacy? Do we want more data? Do we want to tighten up our data, our control? Do we want to keep it for a long time, 5 years, months, 10 years? Yes, that is Ms. Harms.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I don't think we really need more data. What we need is targeted data. So we don't need data on everyone in Europe. We need data on those people who we think, or the police and the authorities think, might be a threat to European security or international security.
Right, therefore data on suspects, not blanket data as they have been called. Yes, anybody would like to expand on this? Yes, Ms. Perez.
We're talking about data, we're talking about terrorists as if they come with a label on their forehead. Well, I'm very sorry, but I would like to refer to the story that took place in London at the weekend. 3 young girls decided to take their bags, pack, and go to Turkey, to go to Syria. Their parents themselves had no idea, their close friends had no idea that they were about to take off and go to Syria. So if their parents, if their sisters and brothers and close friends had no idea, how can we, member states, how can we, organizations, target the right people? I mean, there's something that I think we tend to miss here. Who are these organizations that have access to young people in such a way that they, I was going to use the word brainwash there, but at least they communicate with them in such a way that they decide to leave friends and family, leave their schools and go to Syria. So I think there's a piece of the jigsaw puzzle that's missing here.
Yes, thank you, Pervanche. We have Rebecca here who would like to come back with an answer to your intervention.
Yes, I'm speaking in response to Madame Perez, who was talking about these girls who apparently have left London to go to Istanbul to become what is now called the Hadi wives. But apparently, from what I've read in the newspapers, there was already a previous case in the same school where these girls studied of another 15-year-old girl who actually went to Syria to join Islamic State. So that's what I meant. If there has already been one case in that particular school, then obviously we need to dig deeper and find out what is going on there, because those same girls who have now left have been questioned in connection to the previous case. So we need a vast network of cooperation. We need to talk to the teachers, to their friends, to their families. We need everyone involved, and we need to be targeted and not target schools where there are no connections or links to Islam or Islamic State in this particular case.
Right. Ms. Visbaska.
I'd like to ask one question. I'd like to ask one question. How come those girls, age 15 or 16, actually had passports? What were the parents doing, letting children or very young girls have passports which enable them to leave this country? It's very easy to blame schools, but if parents don't control their children, how can teachers do so? There is a risk in blaming a school, which is, I gather, a faith school, because that sort of implies that this is in itself a dangerous place. Whereas you can't blame parents, because they are, in this case, dangerous parents. They don't do their duty.
We have a few minutes, just 2 or 3 minutes, to give an answer to Christina. Ms. Pervanche.
Earlier on, we talked about financing terrorism, leading on to the comments from my colleague here, talking about giving or having passports ready to grab and pack your bags. But who paid the tickets? Who gave them the money to pay their ticket? This is also a form of financing terrorism. They were schoolgirls. I'm sure it's not the money of their babysitting that they used to pay for their plane tickets. So who paid the tickets? Obviously, there must have been some financial transfer, some bank transfer. This must be visible at some point. So I think this is a lead that we must follow to understand what's behind the story of the 3 girls. Well, surprisingly, we don't seem to have any information.
Right, I would now tend to close the debate. Remember all these arguments that have been mentioned this morning when you come to the vote this afternoon. And I now suspend, and we can continue with this debate at 2:30. That is 14:30. Thank you very much. Perfectly on time.
disconnect them.
Are you going to speak from there?
No, I'm just going to play Mark's speech, which is the first
Oh, okay.
one, and then I'll go and sit down when it's finished.
What's, who's speaking here?
Oh yes, Mark.
Oh, right.
Wait a person.
We're live.
All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back after this morning's session. To put you in the picture, the subject is how much freedom are we European citizens prepared to give up to ensure safety in Europe. But more specifically, this afternoon we're going to talk about the PNR system, that is passenger name record. We have opposing views here. We have people on both sides of the argument, and we are likely to have quite a lively debate. Before we start, I have been told to say that we have this pink ribbon here on the folder, which stands for breast cancer research. So we're promoting this kind of research here at this mock conference. Another few things is that in about an hour we will have a speech. One of the speeches will be in Polish, and there will be no interpretation direct from this speech, but we will have a consecutive mode interpretation. We will need to be patient for a few minutes until the speech is over, and then we listen to the interpretation into English of that same speech. Another thing is that at the end of all this, we are going to have a voting session, which means that we're going to vote for motions, which we will present to you. And the last remark is that Commissioner Avramopoulos is going to speak not from London. We have a recording. He has sent a tape with his speech. Unfortunately, he could not be with us. So we start with Commissioner Dimitris Avramopoulos, Commissioner for Greece, who is the Commissioner for Migration, Home Affairs and Citizenship. I give the floor.
Dear President, honourable members of the European Parliament, I apologise for not being physically present at this very important debate and vote. Unfortunately, tragic events of last week in the Mediterranean Sea require that I spend time in Lampedusa for crisis meetings. However, we are here for another important issue on the European agenda. The brutal terrorist attacks in Paris were a reminder that once again our fundamental European values are threatened. Europe faces an increased and severe terrorist threat. Terrorism knows no borders. Therefore, we require a strong, united and coherent response by the entire European Union with all its members. The member states remain primarily responsible for security, but Europe is a major part of the solution. There are many relevant measures already in place. The Commission is determined to take an approach that is comprehensive, results-oriented, and realistically deliverable, with a focus on maximising the existing EU measures and proposing new and complementary proposals. Security is essential for a functioning democratic society. It is a prerequisite for our citizens' well-being and for their rights. Freedom and security are two sides of the same coin. And this is why I am here. I am here talking to you to present and discuss our latest thinking and lines of action aiming at fighting terrorism and radicalization. A first milestone was reached last week at the JHA Council. A new agenda for European security will be presented in the coming months for the years 2015 to 2020. This agenda should aim to ensure the highest level of protection of fundamental rights of our citizens and those residing, staying, or visiting the European Union. There is a clear need to maximize the value of existing instruments that are already in place, and we need to deliver on pending proposals before we even consider further measures. Therefore, we need to make the best use of SIS, the Schengen Information System, under the existing EU law for checks on travel documents and on people at the external borders, and we need to assess any needs for improvement. The establishing regulation of our dedicated new agency EU-LISA in Tallinn, in Estonia, gives the agency a clear mandate regarding the collection and protection of data at the European external borders. EU-LISA, as you know, is the European Agency for the Operational Management of Large-Scale IT Systems in the area of freedom, security, and justice. The information gathered by the agency through SIS, but also through VIS, the Visa Information System, and the Eurodac database are crucial in implementing our Smart Borders initiatives. Some member states with external EU borders have already rolled out the Smart Borders initiative, such as Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Other countries, such as Greece, haven't done so yet. The aim of the Smart Borders package is to build a database of fingerprints and personal information of travelers through the use of biometric ID checks and the implementation of an entry-exit system. It will allow us to react quickly with regards to false identities and identity thefts, while guaranteeing a smooth and fluid border crossing for frequent travelers and for legitimate visitors. Delivering on pending proposals is where this House can add value and respond to calls from our citizens. One example is the EU Passenger Name Record Directive, the EU PNR. This directive is necessary to enhance the security of all people living in Europe. We need to make sure that our law enforcement authorities have access to data, which is necessary for the prevention of terrorist acts and serious transnational crimes. I personally guarantee the commitment of the Commission to work together with the co-legislators to achieve a legal instrument which is both effective and is fully in line with the fundamental rights of our citizens. I am also looking forward to helping the European Parliament and the Council to move forward quickly on this file. The fight against arms trafficking is an important building block, and we need to review the implementation of the existing legislation and ensure a greater exchange of information between member states and other agencies, such as Europol, Eurojust, and even Interpol. Again, our agency, EU-LISA, will work very closely with these other agencies to roll out the needed IT infrastructure. At the same time, the fight against organized crime and terrorism financing needs to be stepped up. We must deprive these terrorists of their financial sources, ensuring the effective implementation of the 4th Anti-Money Laundering Directive and the funds transfers regulation agreed upon in December are crucial. The existing tool to confiscate criminal assets must be used. We must ensure that speedy execution of all confiscated orders are done. Moreover, we must find sound solutions for the exchange of the passenger names record data with those third countries that are key to our security interests, and we need to make sure that they are fully coherent with the solutions reached by the EU PNR. Full implementation of the Member States of existing legislative instruments on information exchange is therefore key. Honourable members, Delivering rapidly and effectively on our response requires political will and setting clear priorities. The Commission has voiced its determination to take this matter seriously and to consider it a priority. Working hand in hand with the European Parliament and developing a coherent EU PNR directive will be essential for defining and developing actions that will keep Europe both secure and open. Thank you.
Thank you for your attention, and we thank the Commissioner who has sent his speech. I did not introduce the Commissioner because I thought that you all knew who he was, but maybe I should. And he is an eminent politician from Greece. He has been mayor of Athens, and he is now the Commissioner for Greece. But you know that in Greece we have had a change in the political situation, and there has been mention of him being a candidate to become the president of Greece, which is a post that is due renewal soon. He has a degree in public law and political science from Athens University, and he has a master's degree in European studies, and he has so many decorations, grand crosses from many European countries. Right. After hearing from the Commissioner about these different counterterrorism measures that could be adopted, and we hope will be adopted maybe in the European Union, we can now pass on to the next speaker, who is Mr. Albrecht. Maybe I should remind you that if anyone here wishes to ask a question to the speaker after he or she has finished their speech, they can simply lift the blue card that is given to you there, and I will take note of your intention to speak, and I will give you the floor immediately afterwards. Mr. Albrecht is one of the youngest members of the European Parliament. He comes from Germany, and he is an expert in civil rights, data protection, and democracy. He studied law in German cities mainly, and he also is an expert specialized in information and communications technology. So who better than him to speak to us about security and cybersecurity and blanket collection and retention of data. So I give you the floor, Mr. Albrecht.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. We are all, without doubt, united in our horror at the events in Paris on the 7th of January. Those people involved were radical individuals, and they have no respect for human life. Terrorists like these have no place in civilized society, and we need to work together to create a strong, coherent, and unified response to prevent anything of this kind happening again. However, the proposals that are being suggested currently are not the way to go about it. We do not need more personal information to be stored by and shared between governments. We do not need blanket surveillance. We do not need undemocratic, draconian measures which monitor European citizens indiscriminately. We already have all the information we need. We can already access flight records and identify high-risk passengers. We do not need the current system to be extended to include storage for up to 5 years of innocent people's personal data. And while I'm on the topic of the current systems we have in place, I would like to mention at this point 2 examples which are proof of exactly why we should be very suspicious of blanket collection and retention of personal information. And these 2 organisations are PRISM and Tempora. Tempora is a British organisation which stores every piece of data entering the UK for 3 days, and it has been implicated in sharing information with the NSA. PRISM in the United States has been accused of monitoring documents, emails, and Skype calls through Microsoft, including those of EU citizens. Now, for another state to have access to information for people who do not even belong to that state is just ridiculous. And you would think that this supposedly private information would be closely guarded. But in fact, there is evidence to suggest that even low-level analysts could access people's private emails with no recourse to the courts. Why are we, on the one hand, through the Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs Committee, currently launching an inquiry into these two organisations, yet on the other hand, creating more surveillance and more data collection? How can European citizens be expected to embrace these new proposals and trust governments with their information when they have been so reckless with their privacy in the past? Yes, there is a lot of talk about so-called safeguards, such as the depersonalization of data. But it does nothing to make the data anonymous. All that means is that a senior security officer would have to authorize that person's identity being revealed. The risks, if we allow ourselves to go down this road without the proper safeguards for civil liberties, vastly outweigh the potential benefits. Instead of increasing the amount of information which is collected and stored, we should be directing our efforts towards making better use of the data we already have. It's all very well sitting here talking about legislation and directives, but we should be focusing on those who are undertaking the mammoth task of analysing all this information we collect. Police and security officials at a local, regional and European level are trawling through the data which we already have, trying to identify risks. And there seems to me to be no sense in simply giving them more information indiscriminately with no thought of how it is to be handled. They need better support, they need better training, and the agencies responsible need more funding so that they can effectively use the information they have to prevent future terrorist attacks. And I suggest that instead of following the directives that we are trying to put through at the moment, we should instead be directing our efforts and our money towards training and support for these officials. Finally, this is an issue which simply cannot be solved by a top-down approach. We need communities to get involved. And I'm not talking about the Muslim community, because attacks of this kind by violent extremists cannot be blamed by those who just happen to share the same faith. I am talking about genuine understanding between communities. The world is getting smaller. We are all connected via internet, via phone. We have these international organizations. And this means that all faiths and nationalities and racial origins are communicating and living side by side in many European countries and beyond. But integration does not automatically happen when somebody crosses a border. It is something which requires constant hard work and education. It requires committed individuals and organizations to get involved at a grassroots level. Think about it. If you know someone, how likely are you to try and kill them? If you feel that you're part of a community, how likely are you to try and destroy it? Until we create a sense of cohesion, no amount of data storing is going to make a blind bit of difference in preventing terrorist attacks. All it achieves is to fuel the increasing distrust in governments, which is spreading throughout Europe and the rest of the world. And given the breaches of trust I mentioned earlier, why shouldn't people be suspicious? It is this distrust, coupled with our appalling foreign policy, which unfortunately, due to time restraints, I cannot go into, but we can have no doubt that the foreign policy, especially the United States, has a lot to do with many people being recruited to terrorist organizations. It is this which pushes individuals to follow the path of extremism. Our very own Court of Justice says that it is not legal to survey everybody indiscriminately with no evidence of wrongdoing. To those people holding these Je suis Charlie placards across the world, I would say this: the brutal attacks in Paris were an assault on our right to free speech.
If the consequence is a further attack on our right to privacy and freedom of movement, then the terrorists will have achieved exactly what they set out to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nunbury. Right, a lot of food for thought. Any questions? If there are no questions, we pass on to the next speaker straight away because we are actually lagging a bit slightly behind the schedule. So the next speaker is Guy Verhofstadt, who is an ex-Prime Minister of Belgium. He is the president of the parliamentary group, the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats. He was also the candidate to become president of the Commission of the European Commission for the ALDE group in the recent elections. He has a brilliant career as a politician, and he's going to talk to us about PNR and measures against terrorists.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me tell you a few words about anti-terrorism measures and PNR. It is clear we have indeed to work together to tackle terrorism, and we cannot waste time. It's over a month now that we had the attacks on Charlie Hebdo, and we must make a leap forward. We must conclude on a broad and ambitious package to tackle terrorism. And we have to work together towards a common goal. In fact, what we need to do is to repeat what we did after the 9/11 attacks. We came up with a package in order to tackle terrorism, and we created a European arrest warrant at the time. And this made a tremendous change in Europe. Because before it was very difficult to extradite a person from one country to another. To do so from the UK to France, it could have taken 10 years, when nowadays, after these measures were put into place, it only takes a few days. And to transfer somebody or a suspect or a criminal from a country to another. So I think we need to be very ambitious here as well to counter terrorism and come up with a common package, a similar package, in order to strengthen security in Europe. And I think that it is important to have the capacity to analyze the information, to analyze the risk, before this is lacking in Europe at the moment. We don't collect the information, and we don't share information between the 28 member states. And this is the main problem at the moment. So we have to do something together, which will be similar to Euro intelligence, which would enable us to share information regarding risk that are at stake in Europe. Many people say that it's not possible to put such a measure in place according to Article 4 of the treaty, but it is possible to do so. We can make the changes necessary to ensure security within Europe. And also, I would like to say a few words about PNR, which is a main topic in today's meeting. I want to say one thing. Myself and my party are in favor of the European PNR system, but we want to highlight that it has to be accompanied by guarantees, but also to ensure the protection of data and privacy for our citizens, because it is clear that our safety and freedom are very important. These were the last words I had to say today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Right, at this point we have concluded the first round of speakers. Questions for any of the speakers? I'm afraid that the commissioner with the recording will not be able to answer any of your questions at this point, but the two speakers that have spoken after that could, if there are any questions. If not, we can suspend at this point, and we have a technical suspension, and we will resume at 3:20. Thank you. Feedback. Okay. Right. We can resume our session, ladies and gentlemen. So we now have the speech, as I have announced earlier, that is going to be interpreted in consecutive mode. So we will hear from Jerzy Buzek, who is an ex-Polish Prime Minister. He has been also President of the European Parliament before Martin Schulz. He is a professor of chemical engineering, and he was part of the Solidarność in Poland. And when he was elected to the European Parliament, he got a record number of votes. And a very interesting thing about the Polish politician is that he's a Lutheran and not a Catholic. Right, so I give the floor to Jerzy Buzek. We will have to listen to this in Polish, in the beautiful language of Poland, and then we will have the consecutive interpretation.
Szanowni Państwo, Panie Przewodniczący, dzisiejszą przemowę rozpocznę od tematu, który powszechnie wzbudza rozległe debaty, a mianowicie ataki terrorystyczne na redakcję Charlie Hebdo. Jak te ataki wpłynęły na opinię publiczną i zmieniły nasze podejście do przetwarzania danych osobistych? W odpowiedzi na masakrę w redakcji Charlie Hebdo niektórzy politycy w Europie proponują wprowadzenie cenzury i nadzoru internetu. Jednakże sceptycy uważają, że to swobody i obywatelskie i tylko w niewielkim stopniu chroniłoby to mieszkańców. Apel kilkunastu ministrów spraw wewnętrznych z krajów Unii Europejskiej, w tym Francji, Wielkiej Brytanii i Niemiec, o identyfikowanie i usuwanie przez dostawców internetu treści, których celem jest podżegnanie do nienawiści i terroryzmu. Ci ministrowie chcą też, by Unia Europejska zaczęła monitorować i gromadzić informacje o trasach lotniczych pasażerów. W Wielkiej Brytanii premier David Cameron zasugerował, by zakazano tych usług internetowych, w których wszystkie czaty i rozmowy nie mogą być monitorowane przez rząd. Jeszcze przed atakami na francuski tygodnik unijni przywódcy proponowali wprowadzenie surowych działań w tej sprawie. We wrześniu francuski parlament przyjął ustawę pozwalającą władzom tymczasowo przejąć paszporty i dowody osobiste obywateli, wobec których mają one podejrzenia, że planują przyłączyć się do zagranicznych organizacji terrorystycznych. A w tym tygodniu we Francji zatrzymano 54 osoby, w tym kontrowersyjnego komika, za obronę terroryzmu lub jego gloryfikowanie, choć jego areszt wzbudził falę debat o podwójnych standardach stosowanych przez Francję. Drodzy członkowie, choć po zamachach te kroki mogą się wydawać atrakcyjne, to mają one spore wady. W krajach takich jak Francja i Niemcy od dawna obowiązuje ostrzejsza kontrola wolności słowa niż na przykład w Stanach Zjednoczonych. Przykładem tego jest zmuszenie przez rządy tych krajów firm internetowych, takich jak Yahoo czy Twitter, do usuwania nazistowskiej propagandy. Takie decyzje zazwyczaj podejmują urzędnicy państwowi i sędziowie, a nie firmy technologiczne. Musimy pamiętać, że dostawcy internetu nie dysponują wykwalifikowanymi pracownikami, którzy byliby w stanie ustalić, jakie treści najpewniej mogą doprowadzić do ataków terrorystycznych. Dlatego całkowity mandat na cenzurowanie informacji związanych z terroryzmem może zmusić te firmy do bycia nadmiernie ostrożnymi i do zdejmowania informacji, które są obraźliwe, ale nie doprowadziłyby do zamachów. Dostawca internetu mógłby równie dobrze usunąć satyryczne rysunki podobne do tych publikowanych przez Charlie Hebdo. Proszę Państwa, oczywiście rządy Unii Europejskiej mogą i powinny podjąć działania, by poprzez ukierunkowane zbieranie danych wywiadowczych identyfikować zagrożenia i zapobiegać atakom terrorystycznym. Ale jest wiele powodów, by wierzyć, że powszechna cenzura i natrętny nadzór jedynie naruszą wolności osobiste i sprawią, że będziemy jeszcze mniej bezpieczni. Dziękuję za uwagę.
Dobry bardzo. So we now hand the floor to the interpreter.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President.
Microphone.
Sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I would like to start the topic about mentioning the debates following the attack on Charlie Hebdo. There has been many debates and public opinion and many opinions on the way we should manage our data. Following the attacks on Charlie Hebdo, many politicians demanded more censorship. However, this was met by skepticism. And it was argued that, in fact, this is not really going to offer effective protections for our citizens. There has been also debates among EU ministers, most notably in France, Great Britain and Germany, to enable the identification of text and content that might incite hatred. And this gave rise to the initiative in the EU to collect PNR data. To name one example, David Cameron in Great Britain wanted to disable the opportunities to chat or the use of social media if those cannot be monitored. And this is in the name of preventing terrorism. But even before the attacks on Charlie Hebdo, there were some actions being proposed. For example, in the French Parliament, a motion was put forward to temporarily remove passports of individuals who are suspected of terrorism. And this week, even in France, 54 individuals were arrested, and the charge was the glorification of terrorism. And among them was a well-known French comic. And this caused a debate in France about possible double standards when it comes to freedom of speech and civil liberties. Ladies and gentlemen, so certainly security measures are a very good step forward. However, there are also many challenges. For example, in France and Germany, there are already more controls than, for instance, in countries like the United States. In countries like France and Germany, internet providers such as Yahoo or Twitter have the possibility to remove Nazi propaganda. This is causing some problems because surely it should be up to judges to make those decisions. and not up to technology companies. Because employees of this companies will have to make decisions which content or which texts are offensive and which are not. And so they shouldn't really have a mandate for censorship to be able to remove offensive contents. Let's imagine they would have had this power to remove those caricatures in the Charlie Hebdo magazine. Ladies and gentlemen, the European governments can and in fact should act to identify and to prevent possible threats. However, we should be against blanket censorships and surveillance which might damage our civil liberties. And to conclude, we will be less safe if we do not safeguard our civil liberties. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, interpreter, for clarifying what those Polish sounds meant. We have no questions to the speakers. None in the afternoon. I understand it's not as easy as in the morning to speak. We can go ahead then and move on to the next speaker. This time it's a very energetic speaker. Marine Le Pen is a famous politician, famous first of all because she follows in her father's footsteps, president of the National Front in France, and she has taken over the leadership of this party. I hand the floor over to Marie.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm sure all of you here today do not need to be reminded of the horrors that unfolded in Paris on January the 7th, 2015, when France was rocked by its greatest tragedy in decades. The very essence of free speech and secularism in France was attacked by its very own. Could these attacks have been prevented? Is it possible that if the French people had decided that they were prepared to give up their freedom, their right to a private life, then these attacks would not have taken place? In short, no. Nothing that the EU Parliament is proposing would have been able to stop these bloody murders. The perpetrators of these heinous crimes were French, living in France. They did not fly into the EU especially to carry out their attacks. So what would be the benefit of the proposed passenger name record system? Why do we need to collect the bank details of every air passenger flying in and out of the EU? What right does any state have to carry out blanket surveillance of its citizens? The PNR has no value and serves only to infringe upon the privacy and freedom of millions of innocent Europeans. If we accept the introduction of the PNR, then where will it stop? With the surveillance of our emails, our letters? Without realizing it, one day we will wake up in a state where we no longer have any individual freedom, and we are tiptoeing towards an authoritarian state blindly, like lambs to the slaughter. We also talk about closing down websites that promote extremism. This is absurd. People don't just land on an extremist website and think, well, this looks like fun. I think I'll be a jihadist. No. These ideas are planted by those who they live with, someone in their community, their family, their imam. By allowing these sites to remain open, it provides valuable intelligence for the authorities to identify who is a risk to our security. If we are really serious about protecting our citizens, I support total and absolute freedom of the internet. The threat to Europe will not be overcome by applying yet another thin layer of bureaucracy to seal the leaks. If we are serious about protecting our citizens and ensuring security within our borders, then the first step is to reclaim our borders, to take responsibility for protecting our own territories. Is it wrong for the French authorities to know who is crossing their borders? Is it wrong that France has a say as to who they want and do not want on their territory? Schengen is the risk. Within the Schengen borders, people are free to move, yes, but there's also freedom for the movement of arms, drugs. It makes it easier for mafias to conduct their business. Is it really so wrong that a sovereign state should be able to ask someone to show their ID before entering into the country, especially a country of which they're not even a citizen? This is even more so the case in the case of controlling returning jihadists. Schengen must be suspended immediately and sovereign powers restored to each and every member state of the European Union. I admit that moving Schengen will not end terrorism within our borders overnight. But tell me, please, how is a government supposed to even start protecting its citizens if it cannot even control its own borders? Is that not a fundamental obligation of a sovereign state? Why should the French rely on the border guards in Spain, Italy and Greece to decide who has the right to come to our country? By removing Schengen, we do not lose the ability to share intelligence between various national law enforcement agencies. We can achieve that without having to keep our borders open. This brings me to my final point. We also urgently need to address mass immigration into Western Europe. This is a massive threat to our civil liberties because it's clearly archaic. Uncontrolled immigration hampers our attempts at fighting against fundamentalism. Our leaders have shamefully and cowardly turned a blind eye to the values of Europeans for fear of offending those who do not even show any interest in accepting our values in the first place. What has happened to the ideas of secularism in France, which we hold so dear? Why are we so fearful of defending our values and beliefs? If the tragic events of Charlie Hebdo have shown us anything, it is that these are values we must protect at all costs. If there are EU citizens who seek to threaten our freedoms of expression or refuse to conform to the cultures and expectations of EU member states, then they should not automatically be granted citizenship. And if that trust is breached between the state and the citizen, then that citizenship should be taken away. To conclude, there is a gaping chasm between claiming to protect the rights of the individual and their freedoms on the one hand, and clamping down on them in the name of fighting terrorism on the other. We cannot justify criminalizing the majority in order to catch a minority. Harvesting personal data from people when they are simply traveling on holiday or going on a business trip is completely unacceptable. You cannot build a democracy by spying on your citizens and presuming them guilty before any wrongdoing has been proved. We have numerous other tools at our disposal to monitor those who pose a threat to our way of life. Yes, we are Europeans, and yes, we share the same values. And those values have underpinned all our societies for centuries. Let us not just sweep them away in a moment of panic. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So that was the last of the programmed speakers. And I wish to remind you that we have also other MEPs and delegates present here whom are highly qualified to speak on this subject. Apart from Marie-Christine Arnautu, to whom I'm going to give the floor straight away, who is a non-attached member of the European Parliament, we have Beata Koziewska from the ECR group. Then we have Yoriko Koike, who was ex-Minister of Defense in Japan, highly qualified to talk about PNR. Rashida Dati, who is here present and who has been even Minister of the of Justice in France. from the EPP. We have Pervenche Berez, yes, that's right, from the SND, from the Socialists and Democrats in the European Parliament. We have Molly Scott Cato of the group of Greens, who is at the back there. Anna Elizabeth Fotiga, who is from the ECR again. Javier Couso Permui from the European United Left, and Eva Kaili from the SND. Oh, yes. And finally, that's it. Those are the people here present at this debate. So I will try and involve all participants here. Let's begin with Marie-Christine Arnautou.
Marine, you may be suffering from a cold, maybe. I think you may be suffering from a cold, sharing the same values as Europe. What are we talking about here? The message is simple. What I want is the money. The money is the answer to everything. I don't care about the European borders. All I want is our borders, as you've mentioned, but very mildly, for my own liking, I must say. So can we please have our budget back? And can we please have some French solutions, please? European solutions are non-existent. This is all talk. Nothing ever comes out of these meetings. I've had enough of spending the taxpayers' money to travel to Brussels and listen to all this rubbish. So please, all I'm asking, and that's very clear, I want the budget back to France to make sure that we control our borders. Thank you. I don't care about other countries. That's their problem.
Yes. I would take three questions, and then the speakers will answer to these. Will answer these three questions. We take rounds of three. So the next speaker could be Beata Gozgiewska. If you have a question.
I'd like to respond to what has just been said about French borders for French people. But what about European funds to help French authorities to finance the controls? I mean, where does the money come from? It isn't French money, it's European money. So if you accept European money, you've got to accept European standards. This may not be necessarily what my party always says, but it is my own personal feeling, and there are times when personal feelings should be heard.
Right, thank you very much. That's another point, another position on the same matter. And now I would ask Anna Elisabetta Fotiga, if you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So the terrorist atrocities has been on our tongues and in our minds all over the world, really, particularly with the recent terrorist attacks in Yemen, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Australia, Nigeria, Ukraine, and now recently, of course, in France. So I'd like to say that terrorism is just not about the people who carry out the attacks, but it's also about everybody who stands behind them. So the people who help, who control and inspire the youth, via internet and other means. And also they who do not wish to publicize their role in the massacre of innocent people. The EU member states have quite rightly acknowledged that the only way to combat terrorism is to cooperate. But we need to remember that it's important who we cooperate with. And so we need to choose very carefully the partners of our cooperation. So following the violation of the sovereignty and territorial integrity in Ukraine, the European Union was right to break off cooperation with Russia in many respects, in a large number of areas. And then the deaths of many civilians, including the passengers of flight MH17, and then just recently, passengers on the bus in the Donetsk area, they are clearly the Russian fault. And there is no way we can negate that. And Russian-backed terrorists. There are clear evidence of Russia bearing a large share of the responsibility for these attacks. And 1 month ago, the Nigerian security services released details of weapons discovered on the Russian Air Force detained at Kano Airport. The weapons were intended for the Boko Haram terrorist group. And a few days ago, 5 Russians planning to carry out the terrorist attack were arrested in France. A number of experts have pointed to Russian involvement in the preparation of the attack. Why am I saying all this? Well, this is just to ask a very simple question. Is Russia a country with a long history of state-sponsored terrorism? Is it a credible partner in efforts to combat terrorism?
Right.
That's a lecture. It's not a question, Mr. President.
We have 3 positions. This is what usually happens when we get rounds of questions. And we have the speakers on the panel who could answer, but not the Commissioner, obviously, he's not present. But Mr. Albrecht, Mr. Verhofstadt, Jerzy Buzek and Marine Le Pen are all on the panel of speakers. So who's going to answer any of the 3 questions that have been asked? Who wants to volunteer? Mr. Buzek, you can speak Polish if you prefer.
I think for the sake of our interpreters, I'm going to answer the question in English. If I'm honest, I feel that the case of Russia is rather irrelevant to what happened in France. What happened in Nigeria, in Copenhagen, in France, this is all related because these are single individuals who carry out these attacks. The case in Russia is very different. It's very territorial. Russia has always dominated the east of Europe. They were always very keen on having the largest, the largest part of territory in the Central Europe. So I feel that we can't really connect one with another. We should, of course, pass on some money to the individual countries. However, if France is in the European Union and Britain is in the European Union, and as it feels like every single time something goes wrong, these countries want to back away. I don't think it's acceptable on this stage. We need to work together. We need to exchange the intelligence. We need to, quite rightly, stop having all these meetings that cost all that money and then work together and come out with the solution. I think a matter of Russia is very different here. And Mr. Putin and Mrs. Merkel, they have their own agenda, which I think is a bit too much for this plenary session, if I'm honest. Thank you very much for giving me the voice. Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to, thank you very much, Jerzy. I would like to remind the speakers that we're going to have a vote at the end of this debate, which means that if you speak in favor of your position, you stand a better chance of passing your motion, right? Would you like to say something, Jan-Philippe?
Thank you very much. I would like to address an interesting phrase which I feel was used by Marie-Christine Arnautu, by Anna-Elisabeth Fortiga. And this was the issue of who is behind terrorism and who is, I believe the phrase used was inspires terrorism. I think we only have to look as far as one of the countries which we cooperate with most, and that is the United States of America, to see who is inspiring terrorism, who is funding terrorist groups and has done historically, choosing a side depending on, I suspect, largely where the oil is kept, and providing the side with arms and then denouncing the opposite side as terrorists. At what point are we going to decide that it is possible for terrorists to be within governments or even governments themselves. And on this note, I think that we should really be choosing very carefully the information we keep, in the light of the fact that it is clear that a lot of information is being monitored by the United States, despite the fact that it is supposedly being safeguarded and held within European borders. The internet does not have borders. A lot of these systems are very much open to corruption. And we simply, if we can't be trusted with the information, if we can't be trusted to keep it from other superpowers, which seem to consider themselves to be world police, then I do not think we should be collecting it. Thank you.
Right. Point driven. Marine, would you like to answer any of maybe the question from the non-aligned member?
Okay. Thank you for giving me the floor. I would just like to agree with what my colleagues said. If anything that we've learned in the last year or last 2 years is from the revelations from the American NSA former employee, whose name was just completely split. Snowden, thank you, Edward Snowden, that the information that isn't even authorized to fall into public domain is there anyway. So what we really should be discussing today is how to protect our data and protect the data of our citizens. And I would also like to back your comment that what we should be discussing here today should be relevant to Europe and to Europe's borders and to European Union citizens, and not so much with Ukraine, which is a completely different problem to deal with. I just don't understand how an organisation that is supposed to basing itself on democracy and liberal views and being able to support their people to vote for you and to allow them to give you power, you're going to turn around and essentially control everything they do and say and where they go. I don't think that is the best way to inspire trust among EU citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Anybody wants to face the cost problem? Somebody mentioned where does all this, where does the money come from to support all these activities? Where do the terrorists get the money from, and where do we get the money from for our anti-terrorist activities? What about Guy? Would Guy like to say something about this?
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. It's an important aspect indeed, the cost, and I think it may be one of the reasons why we fail to spot the terrorist attacks, because governments, member states need more money to monitor these suspects. There are too many people to monitor, but we don't have enough money to do that. So member states have to find a way to find this money, but it should not be a burden for European citizens either, because they already have a lot of issues to come up with in certain southern countries where there are issues with debts, and this will add up to the difficulties. I don't have the answer at this time, but we need to be able to have more staff, more people available in the intelligence services to be able to check all these people, because it might be more effective than maybe checking and collecting personal data, which infringes our citizens' freedom in a way. Thank you.
Right, I think now we can take another round of questions, and we can start with Rashida.
I have a question today. We've been talking about PNR, we've been talking about terrorist attacks, but what about the integrity of some of the citizens of France, which is the Muslim community? I was myself a minister of the French government, the first Muslim woman, and it seems that there is an amalgam today as in regards of Muslim being all jihadists today. So I think it is a European problem because Muslim is not a nationality, it is a religion. So I would like to have solutions regarding what some European citizens are facing today, which is discrimination and them being kept apart from society in regards of the terrorist attacks. So what do we do as Europeans to come and overcome that problem in the first place? Thank you.
Okay. Speakers on the panel, take note. We'll pass on now to Eva, who has a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the floor. I wanted to address our colleague Maureen, who spoke earlier about the problem of terrorism not necessarily coming from abroad into the EU, but actually being developed from within our nations, how terrorists are being influenced, not necessarily from outside of school, but their families are the ones, or their local religious place of worship is where they're receiving this influence from. I wanted to know, what are the suggestions then? Do we need to address families at a family level and say to them, these are the kinds of accepted doctrines that you are going to be able to give to your children? How far are we going to go in order to instill what is permitted and what is not going to be permitted? We need to draw a line somewhere, and where do we agree all that that is going to be? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can hear from Pervanche now. I'm sure you have a question for the speakers.
It's not so much a question. I wanted to address Marie-Christine Arnautu, who spoke earlier. You spoke about having budget for France to ensure France's defense. But I wanted to remind you that we are here in the European Parliament to discuss European matters, and that events such as the Paris attacks happened also in Belgium or in Denmark, and that I hear you, I am French, just like you, but we are not the only country here who is being a victim of attacks. So we should please, as people who discuss PNR, focus on European matters. Thank you.
Right, and now we hear from the members of the panel their answers to the three questions. Who wishes to speak first? The members of the panel?
Yeah.
Yeah, Marie?
Yep. To come to your question, Eva, I think the best way is that it should be understood by people who are moving to a new country and planning to raise their family there for generations, that they leave an aspect of the country and their identity behind. That is a sacrifice you make. Most people will immigrate to Western Europe in order to provide their families with a better standard of living. And there is a sacrifice to make with that. You can't just transfer your life from your former country into a country where it has its own traditions, its own history, its own religion, its own culture. So that's one point. Another point is that I feel that in France there is a high level of, shall we call, ghettoization. I don't know if it's a real word, but I'm going to use it, where sections of society are cut off from mainstream society. And I think this is very much a breeding ground, and it also provides a limit to how integrated they can become in society, which can cause many, many problems. So this needs to be addressed also on a national level. I don't know if it is something that can be addressed at a European level, but on a national level, and this is something all countries need to look at, is how to integrate their minorities into their society in order to make them, or to encourage them to adopt the culture of the host country. And in this way, you can eradicate hostility towards the adoptive culture and the adoptive identity. I feel that this is the best approach. Thank you.
Anybody else on the panel would like to say something to the questions?
Thank you very much. I have certain issues with some of the points raised by Maureen. Specifically with this talk of ghettoization and isolation of certain components of society. I think to insist that somebody must lose their culture when they move to a new country is only going to make the divides wider and is not going to help at all. I'm especially interested, and this goes back to something which Maureen mentioned in her speech. She spoke about free speech and almost in the same breath spoke about the need to conform. Now, I'm not sure where France lies between freedom and conformity, because I know that certainly French schoolchildren do not have the freedom to wear a veil if they want to. I cannot see that this prescriptive approach is helping integration in any way. And it also, if people were never allowed to bring their cultures to a country when they moved, where would we be? How would we progress? How would our culture evolve? There has to be some flexibility here. In addition, this is coming to a point which Eva made and Eva spoke about. Do we need to bring the message to families, to religious areas, to places of worship? Should we be influencing people through their religion and through their families? We are very, very much focused on religion in this debate. And the bottom line is that acts of terror are carried out by terrorists, regardless of religion. These people are violent extremists. You can find violent passages in the Quran. You can find violent passages in the Bible. You can find violence and tolerance in almost every religion. And what we need to be doing is focusing on the facts of what has happened without clouding the issue with prejudice and the idea that religion is at the basis of this, because I think all Muslim communities would be horrified at the suggestion that their religion has caused terrorism. Thank you.
Yes, Jersey, you suggested I wanted to intervene.
Yes, thank you. However controversial it may be, I do believe that being prejudiced is a people's second nature. And how, whichever way we're going to look at it, the further terrorist attacks, specifically the isolated ones, are unavoidable. I think in the last few weeks we've heard the statements from the heads of MI5 and MI6 saying that they have managed to prevent many of the attacks. However, most of the Western countries will face them at some point, and every single time this is going to raise a debate, because each of these attacks are carried out by people who live in them countries. Talking about the integration, and it's great about not victimizing Muslims, but unfortunately, if you look at the statistics, most of the attacks carried out in Europe are carried out by Muslims, so it's very difficult to integrate if people are scared, because more or less most people, 75% of population is probably scared. They don't want to know. They associate Islam with danger, with fear, and that's how they look at it. The solution to that is, yes, we can spend more money on civilians, on PNR, and on everything else that has been discussed today. But in my eyes, I believe it's down to the education. People, young people, perfect example of the 3 young girls leaving the country. Why do they do it? You can't target families, because if families can't see it, schools can't see it either. This is something that we as a society are going to have to face, and it is going to take a long time and a lot of resources to tackle the problem. And I don't think it's something that will finish anytime soon, but in my view, is the education that we have to look at. And in order to integrate, we have to educate people, because obviously education in various countries is at different levels. So that's where I stand on this. Thank you.
Excellent. Does Guy want to add something to this?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my colleague that education is important to tackle this issue, but I think that prisons have a lot of responsibilities as well, because if these youngsters are not on the right tracks, they will go to prison. But a lot of the times, like we have seen in France with the attacks, that this can be prevented, and then it can get worse. And if these threats are not spotted in jail, I think this is much more threatening than schools altogether. So this is what I would like to add, and I think all governments and presidents of all states have a responsibility here, and to put policies in place to have a better monitoring or a better rehabilitation of young offenders who are out of prison, so they can be on the right track and not being radicalized. Thank you.
Yes, thank you all. If anybody wants to intervene on these subjects, I'm not going to stop you. Yes, your name is Marie-Christine.
Thank you for forgetting my name, Mr. President. I see this as a sign, but let me go straight to the point. 28 member states talking around this table, and what can we hear? Disagreements. So, Madame Beres, yes, you're French like I am, and you're telling me to look into European matters. Well, we're looking into European matters. We're talking about prison, we're talking about school, we're talking about borders. Well, excuse me here, we've got money, we don't know where to spend it. We don't know where it's coming from, we don't know where it's going. And you're talking to me about European matters. Is that the European dream that you're after? This European dream is going to make us drown. This is why we've got so many problems, because there are so many member states. This organization is huge, and what does it do? What does it do? The speciality of this organization is to stand still, not to move at all, not to do anything. During that time, loads of other organizations are getting organized, and Belgium can look after its own extremists. We are looking after our own. Thank you very much. So, look. The time has now come. We need to go back to our countries, we need to look after our own problems, and finally, we may see some solutions. And Mr. President, please, next time I take the floor, I would like to remind you what my name is. Please read your agenda correctly. Thank you.
Non-attached members. So now I will take the third and last round of questions from my left here. We have Javier.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I have several questions, all of them addressed at the non-attached members, in particular the Front National. The first question is, yes, you have correctly mentioned that the passenger name records system would not have prevented these attacks. And instead, you're proposing that we drop the Schengen Agreement and just go back to having borders. But what you have not told us is that that would not have prevented the attack either. It wouldn't have done anything. So I think you're presenting here a false choice. You're telling us that we should do something that doesn't do anything instead of doing something else that doesn't do anything. So I think probably the non-attached members should just, I don't know, not speak nonsense. Another comment is regarding what our colleagues again from the Marie-Christine has mentioned is that you are proposing going back to our borders. Yes, well then we'll go back to each state financing itself. So no more money for French farmers, no more money for like French industry that are heavily subsidized by the European Union. So if we're gonna go back to that state, we're gonna go back like in full to that extent. So I'd suggest that maybe you ask your constituency if they really agree with this. And the third question is, yes, we've talked about tracing money, we've talked about terrorism around the world. Can really the Front National explain why is it getting money from Russia? Why is the Russian government funding the Front National? What interests does Russia have in Europe by funding the Front National? Because you've been asked this question many times and you never really answered it. So please, delight us.
Maybe we can take answers straight away for these direct questions. The questions are quite direct, and I would give the floor to the member of the Front National, not to the non-attached member.
Am I the attached member?
Yes.
Thank you for your questions. Your first one concerning Schengen, getting rid of Schengen means that no problem would be solved. I disagree with this because if we no longer have Schengen, then every country would be allowed to control its borders, which is something many of us have mentioned. And also, if not just leaving Schengen, but also leaving the European Union would allow France to take control of how its government is managed, to have more say on the laws that are introduced into the country. So it would have a lot more independence to make decisions about how France would progress in terms of fighting terrorism. And we wouldn't have to sit around these meetings bandying questions around, which are quite insignificant for a lot of countries. Secondly, you asked about France. If France left the European Union, we would lose all our subsidies. That's very true. But in leaving the European Union, France would again be independent and would be able to sit down at the negotiating table and trade for itself and have more say over how its industries are managed and over its employment laws, and essentially be able to take power back and not have to listen to Brussels negotiate on our behalf or dictate to France and French people what they should and shouldn't be doing in terms of commercial enterprises. And finally, being financed from Russia. Well, firstly, nobody else would finance us, and you've got to take money. You've got to take money wherever it comes from. We have elected members in France. We have elected members in France. We are a political party in France, and yet the French financial organisations feel that we are not worthy of loans. That's democracy for you in France at the moment. So if Russia is prepared to finance us, and I think it's also interesting that the National Front is getting a lot of criticism for accepting funding from Russia when even the authorities in Paris thought it was quite acceptable to have them fund their Christmas tree because they couldn't afford to buy their own last Christmas. So we're not the only ones who are quite happy to accept money where it comes from. And also, I think, given our political view in the National Front, I think President Putin is someone that we can respect because he is someone who controls his country and he understands what is best for his people and the direction Russia should go in. And I think that is someone that is worth doing business with and making attempts to engage in diplomatic ties. Thank you. Would you like to add anything, Marie-Christine?
I would only refer to Mr. Putin, so dearest friend, Mr. Putin, nothing stops friends to give each other presents and to support one another.
Exactly.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you for your questions. Thank you for the answers. Would Your Excellency Yuriko Koike, would you like to address the Assembly?
Yes, it's not so much like a question, but since I came all the way from Japan, I'd like to make a few comments representing Japan, which may be a little bit different from European colleagues' view. First of all, you stress the value of freedom of speech, especially after Charlie Hebdo's terrorism attack, but the majority of opinions in Japan is quite opposite. Those cartoons were very insulting. They should never be published. That's our view. I understand you should have freedom of speech, but you also need to balance. Is it all right to insult other people to such degree? You obviously knew you were insulting certain people, and I think you need to have balance between freedom of speech and other people's feeling. That's one thing. In terms of PNR, again, okay, there's a lot of surveillance, it costs money, but also top news from the UK today is 3 schoolgirls going to Turkey. And there's a lot of criticism. Why couldn't government do anything about it? Why couldn't government stop it? If we had the information that these girls are going to Turkey, we would have perhaps stopped it. One example from Japan is this photographer who was tweeting about his intention to go to Turkey. His passport's been confiscated a couple of weeks ago. And of course it's controversial, but we regard a country like a family. Imagine your child is going to Turkey. It's more likely, there's a high chance that he'll be kidnapped. And you know that 2 Japanese hostages being killed by IS militants recently. Why would you let that happen? If somebody's got full intention of going to a dangerous area, I think as a father of the family, I think you would stop it. And same thing, you can say that as a country. I think you need to watch what your children are doing and stop if necessary. That's the view from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone. We now close the debate and we pass on to the voting session. I have 6 motions here in front of me, which I will read out to you. And you are asked to vote for, against, or to abstain by show of hands, right? You just raise your hand. Okay, the first motion is to implement a common European PNR. Who is in favor of implementing a common European PNR? Keep your hands up.
6.
Who is against?
7.
There's one at the back.
8.
Any abstentions? None. Okay, motion number 2. The motion is to ask the European Commission to make an urgent proposal of compulsory intelligence exchange. Oh, wait a minute, just a minute. As regards the first vote, it was rejected because we have 8 votes against and only 6 votes for. So the second motion is to ask the European Commission to make an urgent proposal of compulsory intelligence exchange. It doesn't mean intelligence exchange is not a European PNR. It's simply an exchange of intelligence between European countries. Okay, so we're going to ask. The motion is to ask the European Commission to make this proposal for an intelligence exchange, which should be compulsory between countries. Who is for?
4. And 4.
It is almost unanimous here.
12.
Who is against? Any abstentions? Right, so this motion was carried. So we are going to ask the European Commission to make an urgent proposal for compulsory intelligence exchange. Motion number 3, to make the exchange of intelligence between European countries compulsory, it is included in motion 2, so this one falls. Number 4, to oblige individual member states to keep PNR records, not European PNR records, but national PNR records, to oblige them to keep them for 15 years. Who is for? Who is against? Any abstentions? 2 abstentions. 3. Right, so 15 years was rejected. So we go on to the next motion. To oblige member states to keep PNR records for 10 years. Who is for? Who is against? Abstentions? 4. So finally, to oblige member states to keep PNR records for 5 years. Who is for? Against? Abstentions? So the results of these last motions, the motion to keep the obligatorily PNR records for 15 years has been rejected, for 10 years has been rejected, but for 5 years it has been approved. It has been, because we have 4 votes for and 3 votes against, even if we have 5 abstentions, but abstentions do not count against. Thank you very much. Finished. We close the mock conference.
And can we thank the viewers for watching the mock conference with us, and can we thank the students as well for doing such a wonderful job. We've had a great time, I think, and you've learned a lot. And I would like to thank the tutors as well, our special guests who contributed to this debate. I think it's going to be a memorable mock conference. We'll watch it again with pleasure, and we are going to continue working on the topic during our tutorials next week. Thank you.
Sorry, I have eaten into your feedback session. It's been reduced to 10 minutes now. We've got 10 minutes of feedback till 4:30.